Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and his colleague leaders of the region. Thank you, thank you. Shall we remain standing whilst we take the Ghana national anthem? Hold on, please. Hold on, please. And now we are ready for the Ghana national anthem. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. You may please resume your seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished privilege indeed, to, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, cheers to Nigeria for most recently winning the Guinness record for the largest pots of jollof ever cooked. Congratulations on that. We all know Nigeria know they carry last, not so. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me also to, on behalf of the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, and his foundation, welcome you to the 6th Democracy Dialogue under the theme, Why Democracies Die. We're coming to you live from the Accra International Conference Center. So, do democracies ever die? Today, we have been invited by the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation to reflect on our collective and individual democratic journeys. In what ways has democracies been beaten, battered, bruised, usurped, killed even? But most importantly, in what ways have some democracies clawed back from the brink? Over the next few hours, this is going to be our task. The great revival or resurrection of our democracies. What must we do to achieve sustainability? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Ghana. Before I invite the Executive Director of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation to set the tone for today's dialogue, permit me to take a couple of minutes to acknowledge the dignitaries who have gathered here with us this morning. First, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Ejumora Dramani Mahama. A round of applause. I'd like also to acknowledge the esteemed presence of the former President of Nigeria, under whose auspices we are here today, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan. I'd like also to acknowledge another former President of the Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. And in no particular order now, I would quickly go through our other distinguished dignitaries. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Kadir Wodrago, former Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, and former President of ECOWAS Commission. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ghana's Chief of Staff, the Honorable Julius Deborah. Heads of states and vice presidents in our midst, we acknowledge your esteemed presidency who are here with us this morning. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Bankole Adioye, AU Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. His Excellency Omar Aliu Toure, President of ECOWAS Commission. His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, former Governor, Edo State. Erastus Mwencha, former Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, keynote speaker, is here in our midst. We also have members of our Parliamentary Select Committee on Foreign Affairs who are in our midst. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of members of the diplomatic missions and international organizations who are here gathered with us. To our various CSOs and think tanks, academia, who are also here, we acknowledge your esteemed presence. We acknowledge the presence of the chair and general secretaries of our various political parties. Chiefs of security agencies in our midst, we acknowledge your presence. Also, most graciously, to recognize the presence of Professor Julius Ionveri, leader of the Federal House of Representatives, representing the Speaker of the Nigeria House of Representatives. Please, with a round of applause. We also acknowledge the serving and former members of the Nigerian National Army who have gathered here in their numbers. Also, the Bayelsa State delegation, led by the Bayelsa State Deputy Governor, Senator Lawrence Eyajoko, who is representing the governor also of Bayelsa State. Please recognize his presence. We have also been joined graciously by the Ijaw National Congress members. Where are you? Please acknowledge their presence as well. And we also have in our midst serving and former members of the Nigerian National Assembly, also His Excellency Chief Dr. Mike Ogiadome, former Chief of Staff of President Mr. Peter Obi, a former governor of Anambra State in Nigeria, also a former presidential candidate. And also, please pardon if I've left anyone out at present. I will redeem myself in the other parts of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'd like now to invite to come up stage Ms. Anne Iyonu, Executive Director, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, to set the tone for the 2025 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. Please welcome Ms. Anne to the podium.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the 2025 edition, testament to the Foundation's enduring commitment and promoting accountability across the African continent. Over the years, the Foundation, the Democracy Dialogue, has grown into a vital platform for reflection, engagement, and strategic action, bringing together voices from pathways towards its renewal. From our inaugural dialogue in 2021 themed the unity of states, to the 2023 Breaking New Ground in Democracy Development Nexus in Africa, to last year's exploration of education and leadership as catalysts for development. Each edition has addressed pressing challenges confronting democratic systems in Africa, from the erosion of public trust and institutional fragility to the increasing importance of good governance, education, and development. Today, we gather under the theme, Why Democracies Die. A timely and necessary inquiry into the structural and systemic factors undermining democratic resilience, both within Africa and globally. Around the world, it's no longer news that around the world there is a rise of authoritarianism, and then there's a decline of trust in the democratic process. There is also the gradual and systemic silencing of free speech. The problem is not just that democracies are undermined. It is also that autocracies are becoming more popular despite their repressiveness and aggressiveness. While our past dialogues have deepened our collective understanding of democracy's evolving landscape, today we continue that journey, delving into the roots of democratic decline, from weakened institutions and electoral malpractice to external influences to confront democratic promises and compromise the social contracts between governments and citizens. This dialogue, it's not only a forum for diagnosis, but it's also a crucible for solution. I'm going to say a proverb here, so permit me. My Akan is rusty, but I will try. As the Akan proverb says, Jua a enyawo ebewo enyi no yetu ase yesensen ano. For those of you who don't understand what I just said, it means that one does not sharpen the stick that would like to pierce his eyes. Instead, he uproots it. You do not aggravate an issue that is bad. You try to remedy it. Therefore, our gathering here today is a call to action. We should envision a future where democracy does not merely survive or persevere, but is rejuvenated and strengthened through inclusive leadership, institutional integrity, and active citizens' participation. It is our hope that at the end of the day, our deliberations will help unpack the theme of this year's dialogue, Why Democracies Die, toward democratic renewal and institutional reform, ensuring that governments across Africa are responsive.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Ms. Anne Iyonu, Executive Director, Good Luck Jonathan Foundation. I won't attempt to repeat the Akan proverb. We are still dealing with an Obake and Akwaba debate. So if you came to Ghana, Akwaba is what you're all commonly greeted, isn't it? So let's say Akwaba to each other. Please say Akwaba to each other. And in the Ghana language,
Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President and Head of State of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency former President Goodluck Jonathan, Your Excellency former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Excellencies Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, Excellencies, traditional rulers, ambassadors, representatives of international, complaining to the organizers this morning that I have been trapped because I just got to know about my participation as a speaker, the organizers and the government of Ghana for hosting us. This is an important dialogue that ECOWAS cannot afford to miss. Excellencies, this forum is taking place at a very crucial moment when the security and the governance landscape of our region is undergoing profound changes. By many counts, this forum provides a unique opportunity to share perspectives, foster meaningful dialogue, and co-create solutions for advancing a renewed democratic agenda that prioritizes social cohesion, public trust across the region. It is in this context that we look forward to the outcome of this forum, which I am confident that will include innovative strategies to enhance democracy, social cohesion, and citizens-state relations, as well as the advancement of governance through stronger democratic institutions that will promote accountability, discipline, and results are values that we cannot overstress. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by sharing my personal thoughts about the theme of this dialogue: why democracies fail. You see, Excellencies, for many, democracy is all about elections. But what a narrow and dim view of democracy. Democracy, Excellencies, is about accountability. It is about discipline. It is about results. Therefore, unless accountability governs citizens and government relationships, unless discipline permeates our social fabrics, and unless results drive our public engagement, we as Africans will continue to sit on gold mines. We will continue to sit on gold mines and gas and oil wells, but we will always continue to wallow in poverty. In conclusion, Excellencies, I have 3 points. Democracy, or any system for that matter, will die if it does not deliver results. Democracy, or any system, will die if it does not promote accountability. Democracy, or any system, will die if it does not promote discipline. Accountability, results, and discipline. You take them from any system, whether it is a secular system or a religious system, they die. If we get out of this room with additional prescriptions, we will be adding value to what we are here for. Excellencies, I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause to His Excellency Omar Toure, President, ECOWAS Commission. We'd like to also invite to come up and share some remarks and reflections with us the former president of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Your Excellency. Whilst His Excellency makes his way to the podium, I recall several decades ago, sir, I had applied to travel to one of these Western countries during a vacation, and I was bounced, and the reason was that I hadn't traveled out of Ghana before. A few months later, we attended Nigeria for the first time to attend a youth conference, and we were taken to the Obasanjo farms in Nota. So Nigeria is my gateway to Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, my brother, the President of the Republic of Ghana, your former President, and who is the owner of the foundation that has brought us together. The executive director of Goodluck Jonathan Foundation came to me as I was sitting by Bishop Kuka's address. I was supposed to have a fireside chat, and I was prepared for that. I don't know where the fire will come from, but I was prepared for a chat. Something now, say you should say something. Well, before I was then thinking, what should I say, what should I do? And I want to seek advice from the man on my left, and that's Bishop Kuka, to say, Bishop Kuka, what do I say? And I thought he would probably be saying, say in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. And the ceremony called me up, and you see me coming up feeling unprepared, untutored. Yes. And I will start on 3 notes too. And probably we will deliberate more on those 3 points as the day goes by. Democracy has refused to be reformed. There are 3 aspects of democracy that cannot continue to exist the way it was as defined by the American president. Government of the people, by the people, be all people's action. And if democracy will not die and be buried, not just die and be buried, democracy must be reformed in context, in content, and in practice. Thing that killed the vegetable is the insect of democracy. All the essentials that should be part and parcel of democracy are being ignored or are being, and democracy cannot deliver. There's not any real substitute for democracy as it was originally designed. Government of the people, all the people. What we have now is not government of the people, the government of some people by some people over all the people. And they talk of government democracy as government of the majority. If you talk of government of the majority, what do you do with the minority? Then minority is not part of the people. I hope as we go on today, we will deliberate on this, and probably we will find a means by which we will put new life into democracy through democratic reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And let me take a moment to recognize the presence of the Speaker of the 55th Legislature House of Representatives. We also recognize the presence of the Nigerian community in Ghana who are represented here, and to the future of our democracy, the students from the Accra High Senior High School and Osu Presbyterian School who are here, the bridge to the future. Let's give them all a round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the presence of our host, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to deliver his opening remarks, please.
Thank you, Shamima. Thank you. Please resume your seats. Thank you very much. Let me proceed on established protocol. I think my daughter Shamima has acknowledged everybody. And so I'll just say a few preliminary words about the subject, and then after that I'll read a very short speech that I've been given. As a student of history, I always like to go back into the past. And we've had various stages of the development of our democracy. And every stage is important because we have to take lessons learned in order that we come out better. And so the first stage was the liberation of the African continent, of which Ghana played a very significant role. Actually became the launch pad of the African liberation movement. As young children, we knew that Kaunda, Mugabe arrested. And so there was the excitement that if we came under self-rule and we governed ourselves, prosperity will naturally, in most things, quickly dispatched our first president in a coup, and then our Nigerian cousins also followed, and all the other countries followed. And our countries went under military rule. It's been a rotating window of military governments return to constitutional democracy, military governments return to constitutional democracy. And in Ghana's case, of course, we had the NLC, the National Liberation Council, and then we had the a Progressive Party government, UP government under Dr. Buzia. Then, of course, the National Redemption Council, the Supreme Military Council, then to the Third Republic under the PNP, Dr. Liman. After a long period under military rule, we came to a consensus, and it was like the Arab Spring for Africa, where we decided that we had had enough of military dictatorship and that the people will be better served by democratic and constitutional governance. And so one by one, African countries began to pivot back to constitutional rule and democratic governance. But the thing is, democratic governance guarantees the rights and freedoms of the people, which is true. But in themselves, will not bring opportunity and economic prosperity unless you abide by certain principles. And so Ghana went back to constitutional democracy in 1992. There was a lot of excitement about it. President Rawlings became the first civilian of NDC at one time for 8 years. MP. For those who attended my inauguration, if you were not on the Black Star Square and we had locked you in a room and you could hear the announcement of the acknowledgement of the presidents who were coming up to greet me, you'd have noticed that the loudest applause was for the countries that have overthrown democracy and are under military dictatorship. That should give us a pause for thought. That should make us think. And that should make us ask our questions. What are the things we need to do to sustain democracy? Democracy will not survive by itself if we don't work for it. And like Omar Toure said, whatever system of government, we don't work for it. And like Omar Toure said, whatever system of government you have, autocracy, democracy, theocracy, whatever, if it does not deliver opportunities and prosperity to the people, it will not survive. And so the excitement was clear that the excitement had had completely disappeared, because all the Afrobarometer surveys and all the other surveys they did, and in many of these surveys they added the question, do you prefer democratic government or would you support a coup d'etat? And it was frightening to notice that a lot of our young people said they would prefer to live under a military government. And so that should give us pause for thought. And that is why I said that we need a reset of our democracy. We need a reset of our economy. We need a reset of our governance. We need to make our governance accountable. And that's why I say anybody who wants to serve in public office must be prepared to account to the people. The people are tired of the corruption. They are tired of misgovernance. They are tired of the lack of opportunity. And that is why for those of us who believe in democracy, we must continue to take the advantage of dialogues like this to see what is wrong with our implementation of democracy so that we can make a reset that makes the youth continue to have faith in democratic governance and not romanticize unconstitutional government. So these are just a few words I thought we'll talk about, but also to mention the role of the new media. We don't have the traditional TV and radios as the main source of information now. Anybody puts a camera in front of his face and can make a commentary on anything. And so there again, how do we accommodate the new media in democratic consolidation? Maybe that might be the topic for. But this is the little speech I wrote, and so I'll go through that and just put my points on record. I say Akwaba, what's that? Obake, Wezon, Sandezua. I mean, all our languages have the word welcome, and I think we accommodate everybody. It is our privilege and an honor to host the 2025 Democracy Dialogue. And we owe a debt of gratitude to President Goodluck Jonathan, who has been a towering pillar and whose life embodies the struggle for democracy, peace, and progress in Africa. It must be nurtured and defended. And I wish to thank all the important people who have come, President Olusegun Obasanjo, Peter Obi, and I mean too many to mention, to lend your presence to this all-important dialogue. Our theme, Why Democracies Die, is not a verdict but a warning. It forces us to confront uncomfortable truths. Around the world, democratic systems are under strain. Václav Havel, the Czech statesman, once observed, democracy is not something that occurs once for all. It must be fought for every day. That is precisely the spirit of this dialogue we're undertaking. In the 70s, but later renewal came through truth, reconciliation, and strong institutions. In Asia, South Korea and Taiwan warns of reversals when militarism overwhelms institutions. In Europe, the rise of fascism in the 1930s teaches us how despair and demagoguery can corrode democracy. In the United States, Abraham Lincoln's immortal words still echo. He says, "Government of the people, by the people, for the people, survival is never guaranteed." Ghana has earned recognition as a beacon of democracy in Africa. And since 1992, we've witnessed peaceful transitions, a vibrant media, resilient civil society. But let us be candid. Some negatives in our politics threaten survival of democracy. Inequality, lack of opportunity for young people, monetization of our politics, misinformation, and all others pose grave risks to the survival of democracy. Kwame Nkrumah once warned, and I quote, he said, "Freedom is not something that one people can bestow on another as a gift. They claim it as their own, and none can keep Nkrumah. You could change freedom and put democracy, and it will be the same thing." So my question is, why democracies fail and why democracies die? The first one is weak institutions that fail to protect the rights of the people. The second is corruption and elite capture that erode, that alienate portions of the citizenry. The fourth is leadership deficits that squander in democratic systems. And so, to renew democracy, we must do certain things. Of course, the first one is that we must strengthen institutions, independent courts, parliaments, and our electoral bodies. The second, development, because democracy without development, democracy without roads, democracy without schools, hospitals, and jobs will always be at risk. The third, we must educate our citizens. For us, Thomas Sankara said, and I quote, he said, "A soldier without political education or ideological training is a potential criminal." The same is true of leadership without ethical grounding. The fourth, we must protect media and civic space. A free press is democracy's immune system, against democracy in all other nations. As host, Ghana recommits, will support free expression, and will continue to stand with ECOWAS in promoting democratic governance across West Africa. Distinguished citizens, democracy dies when citizens lose faith, when leaders abandon integrity, and institutions succumb to capture. But democracy can be renewed when citizens rise to defend it. And as the former Czech President Havel said again, and I quote, "Done in the human heart." The survival of democracy depends on us, leaders, citizens, institutions, and for us choosing courage over complacency. Let us leave here with a renewed determination to safeguard our democracies, to make our democracies deliver, and pass on to the future generations a legacy of freedom, justice, and dignity. And as an African proverb says, when the roots of the tree are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. If the roots of our democracy are deep, there is no need to fear unconstitutional governance. If we deepen the roots of our democracy in our nations, it will withstand any storm. May God bless this gathering. May God bless Africa. And I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for His Excellency John Dramani in Mahama. Indeed, let us safeguard our democracy. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now time, distinguished dignitaries, please resume your seats, to listen to our keynote speaker. But let's not make any assumption. In this room, all those in favor of democracy say aye. All those skeptical about democracy say aye. Some ayes have it. Anyway, so I think we can safely assume that many of us in this room today have hope that our democracy will sustain. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to the podium our distinguished speaker in the person of Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, Catholic Bishop of Sokoto and founder of the Kuka Center. Please welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
I was hoping I could borrow the president's water, but I see that his orderly has taken the glass of water away. In Nigeria, we often say we're standing on existing protocols. And of course, when you are as vertically advantaged or disadvantaged as I am, you can understand why we need to stand on existing protocols. So Mr. President, former President Jonathan, President Obasanjo, the people from Nigeria, as you know, I was invited here, I've forgotten the year now, when the Ghanaians set up their own equivalent of Oputa panel or the Truth Commission. By then, your former President, Nana Akufo, was the Minister for Foreign Affairs. And when I came, I made it very clear to the Ghanaians that I would be ready to answer the call from Ghana anytime for more than one reason. At least defeating the Black Stars was already a settled question. And of course, one player that I have difficulties forgiving is Thomas Partey, whose goal sent Nigeria out of Nigeria's hope of playing in the World Cup. But I support Thomas Partey because until recently he was a player of Arsenal. Anyway, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me get very seriously to the matters of the day, and thank you so much. I didn't expect an audience as distinguished as this. But now that the bottle of water has been brought, I tell you, please don't take it from my speech. A young priest who was posted to a community where the concern was how to stop these people from drinking very cheap alcohol, because they were always drunk in the morning, most time of the day. So a young medical doctor came to the parish and introduced himself to the parish priest, that he was a medical doctor. And the parish priest said, look, on Sunday, I will read the gospel, and instead of a sermon, I will sit down and you will speak to this congregation and find a way of giving them medical reasons why consuming alcohol is dangerous. Because I've tried everything to let them understand that drinking alcohol is not something God is happy with. But I haven't succeeded. So on Sunday, the medical doctor came to church, and after the reading of the gospel, the 2 glasses, empty glasses, of a liquid that was the local gin that people were used to drinking. And then he brought out an earthworm and put the earthworm inside the bottle of water, and people were watching. They didn't know what it was all about, but they saw this earthworm wriggling in the water. And then he took out the earthworm and put it in the second bottle, and as it was wriggling, it died before it got to the bottom of the water. So the experiment was self-evident. But then, instead of the parish priest keeping quiet, he asked the congregation, now what do you think of this experiment? And obviously the man who was the chairman of the local alcohol drinking association looked at the priest and said, this experiment shows very clearly that the more alcohol you drink, the less chances you have of having hookworms in your stomach. And it's very difficult for me to add to what the president of Ghana has already said and what most of the speakers here have had to say. My friend, Professor Julius Ihombere, who actually perhaps one of Africa's leading political scientists, should be standing here instead of the other side. Democratic decline across Africa, rising authoritarianism, institutional fragility, shrinking civil space, and exploring new democratic systems. Exploring how democratic systems are weakened and dismantled. But let me make some clarifications to express my concerns before I proceed with my comments. I assume that my keynote address is meant to merely paint a wide brush to some of the thematic issues that I know that more distinguished scholars will be able to deal with, because I believe that they will do most of the heavy lifting. One, because of their experience, and two, because many people have more than just a theoretical experience and understanding of democracy, but a very practical one based on the fact that they've seen this, they've done that, and of course, the first people on the line here can speak to those issues. And only last week, President Goodluck Jonathan himself, about whom I will speak at the end of my paper, but he made the point, which caught the attention of many newspapers in Nigeria, about the politics of treachery and the kind of people who also were close to him, but again, sooner than later, he realized that in this game, there are very few favors that people give. But this is not unexpected, because whereas in other professions, if you want to be a priest, you go to training, you want to be a mechanic, you want to be a barber, every other thing, you want to be a shoe shiner and other things, you have to go and learn. And in many cases, you have to be given a certificate. Politics is the only system that you don't need training and you don't need a certificate. And I think this is what makes politics more dangerous in Africa, because it is an all-commerce game. But I'm a bit worried about the pessimism that is implied in your choice of theme, which is when you say how democracies die. Of course, if you say how democracies die and you invite a bishop, maybe I'm expected to officiate the funeral rites of democracy. But as you will hear from my paper and my presentation, I'm far more optimistic, and I also...
Please pardon me and forgive me for the rude interruption, but His Excellency would have to take leave of us now, and so he would like to seek your permission to excuse himself. But because it's a democracy, you have to grant him that permission. So if you're in favor of his departure, please say aye. Mr. President.
Now, of course, there is no laboratory yet for testing the efficacy of that claim. But of course, one might also make the point, in the shades of contours and the landscape, the question we might need to ask is, which democracy are we really talking about? Because democracy, like music, has various genres of, more or less, hip-hop is not the same as pop, nor is it equal to reggae. Funk is neither rock, nor is it jazz. Each of these musical genres elicits different emotional responses and talks to different audiences. Against this backdrop, we might pause and then ask the question, which democracy's death are we really forecasting? And is it the American type, is it the African type, is it the Asian variant, or is it claims that are made elsewhere? For example, the Chinese, many people think that the Chinese don't have a multi-party system. They do have a multi-party system, because the Communist Party is a party, but there are also other systems. But what is also very interesting is that the Chinese make a claim which is equivalent to what one of America's famous public intellectuals referred to as manufactured consent, because the Chinese have 8 registered political parties that are supposed to be in opposition, but they are bound never to be against the Communist Party. So yes, they exist. And you can claim that China practices multi-party democracy in the same way that we can say Uganda practices multi-party democracy, or Cameroon or Rwanda. But in each and every one of these democracies that I've mentioned, you operationalize the concept of opposition at the risk of your life or at your own risk. So to be sure, Africa continues to wallow in a culture of self-deprecating, self-loathing, and self-flagellating lamentations, wondering when we shall ever catch up with the West. Using Western liberal democracy as our models will always leave us feeling that we're not like the Americans, and we're not like the British, and we're not like the Europeans, and therefore there must be something wrong with us. It is this patronizing self-righteousness that enabled President Obama to stand here in June 2012, and he said to the people of Ghana that Africa needs strong institutions, not strong men. Not unexpectedly, Obama received standing ovations, and yet no one bothered to ask President Obama whether there was a necessary contradiction between strong men and strong institutions, or whether weak men had ever built any institutions anywhere. Then as now, to me, President Obama's irritating pontification merely exploited the arrogant and condescending manner that Americans and Europeans have come to view Africa and its development, deliberately ignoring or sidestepping their complicated roles in the sabotaging of democracy across the world. For them, Africans still remain the white man's burden, and that somehow our underdevelopment is a character flaw. Ignoring the exploitative historical processes that have led them to where they are, we are often made to feel inferior and made to ignore the issues of those whose backs these so-called strong institutions were built in Europe and America. Perhaps this feeling that we are failing may have helped the organizers of this conference to frame this conference as a call to democracy's funeral rites. Am I therefore right to assume that the theme of this conference has been inspired by the book, How Democracies Die, authored by 2 American political scientists, Stephen Levinsky and Daniel Ziblatt? Although many Africans, as usual, found inspiration in these cynical views of democracy expressed in the book, many of our people tend to forget that this book is directly a liberal attack at the Trump presidency or America under President Trump. But it is not to deny that there are lessons for us. Rather, the issue is that African scholarship must find reasons to focus on Africa's historical and cultural histories, appreciating that even after 200 years of exploiting others, democracy in America and democracy in Europe and elsewhere is still largely a work in progress. In the course of our assessing progress within democracy, we cannot ignore the savagery and as a continent in relation to our past. Nor can we ignore the extent to which military rule arrested our march to democracy. Propelled by false narratives of missionary zeal to drive progress, the military marched into state houses across the continent of Africa. The president of Ghana has most eloquently choreographed a lot of that. Bureaucracy, judiciary, legislative assemblies, and constitutions. Years of misrule resurrected and deepened ethnic consciousness as ethnic blocs sought to use military power and autocracy to institutionalize ethnic plans to return our countries to the path of democracy. We are often marred by the blind ambitions of the military men and women themselves. They are autocratic Democrats, and in my view, debates about the duality of our democracy must therefore be measured against the backdrop of this convenient, convoluted view of history. With all its structural flaws, Africa's march to democracy is seemingly unstoppable. Africans know where they have come from. The future may be uncertain for them, but we have no hope of returning to the Egypt of autocracy and dictatorship that has been our lot. Our 2 countries, Nigeria and Ghana, remain the best examples. Our people are hungry, they are still poverty-stricken, they are living in destitution, yes. Our democracy has not delivered what it promised to them, yes. Democracy has not made them safe, yes. Democracy has not ended years of oppressive and suffocating corruption, yes. And yes, our people are still caught in the cusp of violence. However, our situation today is evident that our people have nailed their hopes for progress and development on the mask of democracy with all its flaws and very hostile, strong headwinds. It is historic for us in Nigeria that Nigeria has conducted 7 successive back-to-back elections since 1999 till date. These elections have been seriously flawed. Neither the losers nor frustrated citizens of Nigeria have called the military to stage a coup, as it was, and it has always been the history of our country. Our people have now realized that military rule has proved itself to be a cure worse than the disease, and that the military itself has also realized the institutional damage it suffered from years of being in power. Therefore, the challenge now is for Africans of this generation to ensure that in our hands, the seeds of democracy are nurtured. Because of Nigeria, despite our troubles, despite our uncertainties, it has often been said that Nigeria, the unity of Nigeria is like a Catholic marriage. It may not be happy, but it doesn't break up. This discussion is timely and auspicious. However, your topic, How Democracies Die, should be replaced by a more hopeful title, How Democracies Can Survive. For indeed, who has ever seen the corpse of a dead democracy, or even once a carcass? Our concerns, of course, should be on how to learn lessons about the consequences of democracy dying and seeking how to avoid what is happening across Africa. Any good driver seeing another car in the ditch after an accident would do well not to pity the car that is in the ditch, but to obey the rules of the road. And there is a saying in Hausa, for those of you who speak Hausa, but translated it says, easy answers, not because Africans are not searching well, but because those easy answers are not found anywhere. Revitalizing the civic space by free speech, if at bay, and keeping people hopeful. Ahead of Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999, I published a book titled Democracy and Civil Society in Nigeria. And my conclusion in that book, then as now, very simple, because one's existence defeats the existence of the other. This is neither the time nor the place to debate or define democracy. However, it is important to note that each democratic seed has had its own story of growth, harvest, or failure, depending on where and when it was sown, who nurtured it, on which soil, under what weather, and to democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, as literally cast in stone. However, on further interrogation, there are gaps in democracy's definition and its operational claims. Once we shift gears to identify geographical locations, cultures, and perceptions of who the people are, and who defines who the people are, and I cannot improve on what President is that Abraham Lincoln delivered this speech in 1863, and it's the same 1963, much later, 100 years later, that Martin Luther King delivered his famous I Have a Dream speech. And you notice that even in that speech, which was delivered, if you are familiar with Washington, with the book speech, but of course he makes the point that 100 years later, all the promises that were made or conceptualized in that speech have never really been realized. And I think we can repeat the same thing, that there's always a distinction and a dissonance between the claims of politics and political rhetoric of when people are in campaign and the realities when governance takes off. We could, for example, ask what form of government we are talking about, since every government in the world, whether by ballot or by bullet, ostensibly hangs its toga of legitimacy on the claims, till the last one in 1999. I sat down and read all of them. In fact, one of our journalists put them into a book, and it's very interesting. And you ask yourself, what do the soldiers emphasize? Their redemptive capacity, but also, very interestingly, you could also see, in fact, there was one coup plotter. Happily, the coup didn't succeed, but the man promised that there was henceforth going to be, what do you call it? The country was going to be under, what is it? What is the word? Under curfew, from dawn to dusk. He didn't know the difference between dusk to dawn. But we would, for example, ask what form of government we're talking about. Because every government makes this lofty claim. No one has ever declared upfront, either through a coup or through campaign, that his or her ambition in politics is to form a government of myself, for my family and my kinsmen. The Afrikaners in South Africa, the white supremacists in America, Hitler and his Nazis in Germany, Mussolini and his fascists in Italy, King Leopold who ruled Congo by proxy, all of these men and women through history made altruistic claims. Philosophies like communism, Bolshevism, Stalinism, fascism, Nazism were operational ideological vehicles that conveyed dreams and hopes. And of course, people were enticed, and these people had great followership. They set the clock of democracy back. However, democracy has proved its incredible capacity not to be crushed, because democracy still saw the backs of all of these people. So one of Africa's most distinguished scholars, the late Professor Claude Ake of blessed memory, once argued that the attempt to define democracy presents us with what he calls an anarchy, and attempts to clarify the definition of democracy only adds to the confusion. So by whatever definition, democracy in theory and in practice is about people's ability to participate in determining who governs and how they are governed. I often say that if you see a dead body, you can spread any kind of cloth you want, especially if the body is naked. But if a man is naked and you give him a cloth that he's not happy with, he will still throw it back at you. So fundamental to democracy is the essence that people, although it is flawed, that people have a say in who governs them. At the heart of all of this is that by whatever name we call it, humanity is safe. How do we raise our families? How do we manage community relations? How do we address such themes? What is humility? What is respect? These are the principles that undergird democracy. So we're constantly searching for these ideals, and democracy just happens to be, in my view, a scaffolding around which we can hang some of this. And as long as this human quest continues, it is impossible, therefore, for us to talk about democracy ever dying. Another name for political practice of these ideals over time, with patience and sacrifices, leads to the deepening of political culture. Because African democracy focuses only on elections. We don't pay much attention to what happens after the election, but the consistent and persistent repetition of these processes leads to what political scientists refer to as political culture. And when something becomes culture, you don't think about it, you just do it. Respect for elders, if it's culture, you just do it. Nobody has to, prompt you. So, but of course, we accept, and we also know that systemic and consistent interruptions of this process by the military in Africa has created a sense of a culture of accept the causes, that the causes are not the same. Because why X died is not the same with why B is alive. Therefore, when we speak causes or consequences of the death of democracy, in other words, are we perhaps confusing the symptom with the disease? Particular diseases do not kill everyone. Not everybody who is suffering from cancer necessarily dies. Some people live longer. Not everybody people die of malaria. People die of all kinds of things. How do we explain the fact that the same good people will tell you it depends on your immune capacity? Therefore, during the period of COVID, for example, the records seem to suggest, not necessarily, but at least that's what the doctors were saying, that most people who died during COVID had other underlying ailments, which COVID simply exploited. And I think we can therefore say the same thing about democracy, that its capacity and ability to survive depends on what are the underlying socio-economic, cultural conditions around which democracy is supposed to grow. In the last 20 or so years, the world has witnessed reversals and decline in many countries in Europe and America. We have witnessed the rise of what is now called illiberal democracies, sustained by right-wing hate groups. We are witnessing the rise of terrorism around the world. Although all of these pose severe threats to democracy, I would rather that we speak of the challenge to its leaders, presidents, institutions, parliaments, senators, senate presidents, political associations, political parties. Then we can contemplate its death, because all of these institutions are subject to human mortality. However, when we see democracy as part of the human instinct, thirst, hunger, and quest for love, for fairness, for integrity, for a sense of belonging, for community and family, then as long as these ideals exist and they sustain and define humanity, democracy cannot die. The democratic instinct and ethos will, as we have seen with autocrats in uniform or out of uniform, but the human instincts that are supposed to nurture cannot die. We can therefore argue that certain types of structures for the pursuit of human happiness, security, and well-being could collapse in the hands of wicked men and women, but others will spring up. Democracies might die in form, just as food, arts, social habits differ among our peoples and countries, but the essence still remains the same. Now, you heard about Nigerians' jollof rice. Ghanaians are free to produce a poor copy, but still jollof rice. But when you know yourself that when you eat jollof rice in Ghana, when you eat jollof rice in Kenya, you know that they are just practicing. The problem of many African countries, but you might say jollof rice is jollof rice, but there are differentiations. The problem with many African countries is that the assumption that we have that we transited to democracy. No, transition from dictatorship is not logically transition to democracy. In part because, as we saw with successful transition, especially by the military, they still managed to embed within the system of transitions landmines that later on exploded to send us back, to the bottom of the hill. So we went through rudimentary elections, but we never even developed a political culture. Africa transited from colonialism, military dictatorship, but did not successfully transit to democracy. The military often, with their focus on free markets, when we neither have the freedom nor the markets, presupposes a capitalist economy when we don't have the capital. Focusing on such concepts like transparency, accountability, a free media, human rights, a free judiciary, rule of law, and a lot of talk about fighting corruption. The elevation of these concepts does not address other fundamental cultural factors that blur the lines in many African cultural discourse. And there are many people here, I'm sure President Obasanjo will also sign on to that in many African languages, for example, Western liberal democracy insists that opposition is institutionalized as part of democracy. But for many African countries, we're struggling, we're thinking in English, but unable to speak in vernacular. Because what does really opposition mean? And of course, many people will argue that because opposition is read in the vernacular as somebody who is an enemy, that is why it is easy for the reflex of the African politician to want to either bump off anybody who poses himself as an opposition. But of course, the system itself is not attractive because I served as a member of the Electoral Reform Committee in Nigeria. One of the things we saw was that you had cases where, for example, the dominant political party is such that everybody has to belong. And people who decided to vote differently, when they went back to their communities, the communities literally sent them back. They said, we don't want to be in opposition, because they know the consequences of being in opposition. So when we talk about this concept, it's important that we understand the cultural context in the African situation. The elevation of this concept does not address other fundamental issues. Anti-corruption waiting agencies, for example, sidestep the fact that corruption and other manifestations in African politics are often the symptom and not the disease. The Mo Ibrahim Index, for example, broadly measures the efficacy of democracy by such concepts like freedom, political participation, media, freedom, education, human rights, security, transparency, accountability, anti-corruption, sustainable development, among many others. And there is no doubt that democracy is in peril today, but it is not dead. Let us not become victims of what I call exaggerated pessimism. The story of the United States of America is a lesson. After over 200 years, the behavior of Donald Trump and his supporters on June 6, 2022, suggests that time and experience very often are not reasons for us to go to sleep. Because the human instinct for violence doesn't ever go to sleep. Therefore, we must remain vigilant over the claims that democracy makes. And the point, therefore, is that no matter how long democracy has been in our country, it is the strength of the institution that sustains the occasional assault to this foundation. Now, of course, if you live in a country like Nigeria, Ghana, and many African countries, a culture of cynicism has been embedded, because if you talk to Nigeria, people tell you, are we going to eat democracy? If you tell them it's going to take a long time, they say, how long is long enough? Yet, history suggests very clearly that democracy and its quest has no shortcuts. The challenge for those who govern is to ensure, I often use the metaphor of, I think women call it the pacifier. This little plastic rubber that women put in the mouth of a child. The child is sucking the rubber. There is nothing inside the rubber. But at least it enables the mother to continue cooking without disturbance. So in a way, African politicians must give us some plastic rubber to continue to manage, between now and the next election. Democracy's womb possesses many seeds, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's not so much the quarrels that politicians engage in. In fact, many ordinary Nigerians, including myself, continue to encourage our people. Please, when you see these politicians fighting, even if they are throwing chairs among themselves in parliament, don't kill yourself, because they will still close the door and distribute the money of state among themselves. In that area, there is no fight. So very often, many of us jump into thinking that, these politicians don't like themselves. No, they like themselves. Even armed robbers have common interests. So let's measure our enthusiasm, because very often we think that democracy is about to fall because our people are always fighting. As a priest, I have experience of helping resolve problems of marriage. In the end, I've had family, women and men, come to me and say, look, our marriage is no longer working. We're 10 years now, 5 years now, we're sleeping in the same room, but we're not sleeping on the same bed. Or people will tell you all kinds of things, but families themselves have realized that marriage, the priesthood, every vocation is a work in progress. And there is not so much a question of the problems of the moment, but the development of the inherent capacity which you can glean from friends and culture and history, but also drawing inspiration from the moral basis of your relationship, that things can work differently. And when a man realizes very clearly that he took his have a much stronger relationship. Similarly, flawed elections are not necessarily evidence that democracy is not working. Very often it is the over-enthusiasm, but also agents of state, electoral bodies, the police, and so on, that often confuse the president with the state. Very often in our countries, the military, the security agencies believe that they confuse the state with the president. And they think that their obligation and responsibility is not to the people of Nigeria or Ghana or Kenya, but it is protecting the regime that is in power. Rather than dying, democracy can lose its appeal and allure for very many reasons. But often the letter and the spirit of the Constitution are miles apart. Therefore, we must continue to make the point, that citizens' engagement with the institutions and instruments of state is fundamental to how democracy grows in our countries. Rather than believing that democracy is a game of experts and all we have to do is literally choose which club we are going to support. Being involved in democracy in your country is not the same as supporting Arsenal or supporting Liverpool or Manchester United. There are many of us who support any club that is holding a trophy. But it's much more than that. And the call is much deeper than that. And the sacrifice is much deeper than that. Because conceptually, we confuse office with power. Okay? There are people who are in office, but they are not in power. There are people who are in power, but they are not in office. And you can often see a lot of that from the fact that if you ask Nigerians, maybe who was your governor 20 years ago, average citizen will scratch because they can't remember. So, agents to be acted upon. Politicians must demonstrate the spirit of patriotism. A deliberate effort must be made by politicians to understand that their lives must reflect both the letter and the spirit of the claims of the Constitution. In this way, politics will not be people. I now want to try and end. The debate about democracy remains controversial, but it's also enchanting. But the goalposts of human expectation are constantly shifting. An American professor of political science called Kostika Bradatan published a very beautiful article. You can find it on the internet. But he titles it "Realizable." But it's not an act of frustration. And there's a little book I just But so don't give us the impression that we are supposed to learn any of these things from. So it speaks to the need for us in our democracy to also deal with practical issues of what are the cultural surroundings around which we make our claims. I wish to conclude by arguing that contrary to the notion of democracy dying, we should focus on addressing the usage of the various models for the achievement of the goals of human development. Democracy is a subject, and it is subject to toxicity, it is subject to decay, to rot, to fracture, but not to death. Democracy will never die. Those who pose the greatest threat to democracy are the elected officials who often, as one of our Nigerian politicians, a friend of mine who died just about last month, Mr. Audu Ogbe, who once said that, he said to me, he said, Nigerian politicians believe that people vote for us to enjoy on their behalf. So the assumption that politicians have that the rest of us who voted for you are so stupid, and which team are we going to clap for? Participatory democracy means participating in elections, but also participating in reaping, the outcome. So I therefore want to end by saying, first of all, it's a great honor, President Jonathan, for me to be here. When you took that decision on March 31st, my transition hours, but when you took that decision, it was one of those moments that it was between yourself, your conscience, your God, against the run of play. On the 31st of March 2015, even before the elections had concluded, when you made that call, you were answering what to me was more or less, your successor made the point himself over and over. You had all the military, you had all the paraphernalia of power around you. It would have been possible to instigate a war. But by taking that decision, in my view, the people of Athens entrusted into your hands a touch of hope, a touch of what democracy should look like. The honor, the dignity, the sense of sacrifice. That is what democracy is all about. You illustrated that. And it's the reason why when you call, I will come. When you knock, I will open the door. Because right now, I had to excuse myself from a meeting of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, which is still on. Our meeting is finishing actually on Sunday. But I had to excuse myself to be here because I thought it was a great honor for me, to be with you. But please, General Theophilus Danjuma, one of our greatest statesmen, President Obasanjo's colleague, once said, very often, I want to use you as an instrument for the elongation of their interests, and not your interests or the interests of Nigeria. Think very clearly. Back. John Major, a former British Prime Minister, addressed top-level politicians in the UK. And he started his speech by posing a question. He said, if after 850 years of our democracy in the United Kingdom, if there is one person in this room that believes that we have gotten it right, please raise your hand. After 850 years, if there's anybody who believes that we, therefore, and I want to end by saying something about what is now catching flame, the hopes, the expectation, the hysteria around our young generation called Gen Z. Being young is a transition. But transition to adulthood and responsibility. Very often, many young people in Africa don't have the experience that people of our generation had. Many of us have the past that we grew up with. Because many young people today, expectations are pretty high. And they also, this is an environment, this is a culture of fast food. But democracy cannot be served as a fast food menu. Taking responsibility to govern is not the same as wanting or aspiring to participate in the meal of corruption. Because very often many people in Africa, many young people in Africa, many groups that feel disadvantaged, rather than focusing on the real things, what do we need to do? What kind of discipline do we need to put in place? Because if you want to be president tomorrow, governor next tomorrow, we should see the signs today. There is a saying among the beggars in northern Nigeria, who are the Muslim beggars, that if Friday is going to be good, That is based on the gifts I will be given. I will see it on Wednesday. So if you want to be president of Nigeria or Ghana or your country, begin to study the mistakes that those who came from behind have made. Begin to understand the history, how this struggle has come through. It is no use to pretend that simply just knowing how to kick a football means that you can play like Messi. It's not going to be so. We used to spend 8 hours just practicing. So when you see Ronaldinho do the things he does with the ball, it's not because the ball in his feet. So, I make the point. Tolstoy once said, all unhappy families are unhappy differently. The reason why democracies have failed somewhere may not be the same with the reasons why democracies have failed in our own situation. But democracy has survived through tough times and has suffered afflictions. Democracy has survived cancers, it has survived demagogues, mobsters, empires, emperors, Nazism, apartheid, and other forms of evil. But as long as there are brave men and women like Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, Steve Biko, Václav Havel, Aung San Suu Kyi, the young Chinese boy whom we saw, if you can Google and see him, a tank was coming before him and he had only a cellophane bag. The tank was going this way, he was going to say, come and crush me. As long as the human imagination that has inspired people like Steve Biko, Mahatma Gandhi, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall, Malala, and thousands of other young people across the world, as long as that spirit is still in us, democracy will not die. The winds may blow, its flames will never go out, and all of us, you and I, are custodians of that flame. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
I think we can do better than that, please. Let's indeed give our keynote speaker a standing ovation. Truth tellers are few in these times, and so when we have truth tellers in our midst, we recognize and give them the honor that they deserve. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for that thought-provoking keynote speech, inviting all of us to be actors for change. Thank you, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto and founder of the Kuka Center. We thank you very much. So, this is what we propose. We should have been going for a little health break, but we're proposing to not break the flow, but to allow anyone who needs to go. And so you may not to go out of the program, but to take a break if you need to take a bathroom break or to grab some coffee. Please, you may do it as we continue the program. Is that workable for all of us so that we can finish within time and then we can all get back to our businesses for the day? Is that okay? It's a democracy. Is it okay? All right. So please, if you need to visit the bathrooms, the restrooms are to my left upon your exit and to my right upon your exit. So let's, not all of us should go at the same time, so please, just go and come. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to invite to set up the panel discussion for now. So please, if you may bring now and reflect on the question, what will I do as my contribution to reviving this democracy that we have agreed is experiencing some rollbacks? So these are some thoughts we want you to share amongst yourselves very briefly whilst we set up the podium for our panel conversation. Please do well to return so we all benefit from the conversation. Thank you. So in 10 minutes, we will begin the panel conversation.
I don't know how the arrangements.
This man is the one with the mic.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. I thought I'd touch on them in the morning when Anne unceremoniously invited me to speak without giving me any warning. The first thing we must admit and accept is that democracy, even as defined by the American president, as I said in the morning, is meant to be the whole population. The whole population. Government of the people. Of the people. He did not say of some people. Of the people. By the people. For the people. And let me put it this way. In a situation today where in a population of 100, you will reach the day of election, 30 will come to vote. And the one who wins, only 12 vote for him or her. What is the democracy in that? Government of the people, by the people, for the people. So out of 100, only 12 have given this man mandate. Now that can't be. It cannot be right. We have to do something about that. Another thing that cannot be right is winner takes all. If you are talking of the people, all the people, for as long as you leave out almost 50% of those who even participate, let us leave out how many there are, then you are actually keeping out 50% of those who should be part of the government, as far as I'm concerned. So that too cannot be right. Winner takes all. It cannot be right. And these two that I've explained, they are not in line with African culture. They are not in line with African tradition. They are not in line with African way of running affairs, whether at the village level, where I come. And I say, if you went to my village 60 years ago, and are here and you are living in my village, and they say my sister, and the village elders and community leaders know that my sister is light-fingered, and they say, oh, he will be the treasurer. They will say, no.
Baba, did you say she's light-fingered?
They will say, no. No, her farm is too far. When we need her, we will not be able to rush to her farm. But your farm is nearby. We call it Etile. That's the farm that is very nearby. Now, you will be the one. Now, that is the way they go about it. They won't say to her that no. But today, they have said my village, if you go there, she has money. She will spread money around. Huh? And even if they didn't want to give her, she will make sure that her money gives it to her. So we may not now also be talking of monocracy instead of democracy. And that is a problem. In the morning, the president talked about corruption. We take corruption in terms of, not only in terms of money, corruption. Somebody told me, oh, those who manipulate elections, they started from the registration of parties and then registration of voters. And then, of course, some will not get to where they should get to. And the point really is this. These changes that are the one I'm talking about in terms of the context and then the content told me that even in Britain, they find dead people voting. Even in Britain. Those are the people who gave us, from whom we inherit this Western liberal democracy. If they are displeased with it, shouldn't we rethink what we have inherited? Let me give you another one. Another British friend of mine, we were talking, and he said, look, this democracy has gone awry for us. I said, what do you mean by that? He said, Sunak was not voted for as prime minister. And Sunak became the prime minister. That cannot be what the American president definition of democracy is about. Now, if these are the ways that those who even gave us this Western liberal democracy are thinking, they are interrogating what they have, shouldn't we be rethinking and be interrogating and see that this is not delivering? Now, what is government about? Whether the government, no matter how you define the government is for the protection of life and property, welfare and well-being of individual, protection of life and property, and catering for the welfare and well-being. Now, if a government cannot assure you of protection of your life and your property, and if a government cannot assure you about, and I have heard people in Nigeria say to me, now democracy we go chop. You talk of democracy. Now democracy man go chop. You won't eat democracy. You want democracy to deliver what they call democracy dividend. Democracy dividend. And when democracy is not delivering democracy dividend, that democracy is probably in intensive care unit.
Baba,
Yeah.
before you drop the mic.
Now let me put the third point. Okay. I talk of the content, the context, the content, and then the practice. These are the three areas where there must be reform. And any human organization that is not subject to reform, periodic reform even, it will get rotten and it will die.
Thank you very much. In fact, they say, Baba. The growth of democracy. But in other circles, and I think the bishop said it in the morning, or the president himself, before we get to elections. And that process characterizes to an extent what forms or how people see themselves in a democracy. I wanted to, before I go back to my sister, on the practice element, because I'm assuming this is where it lands. How do we sustain the connection between the state or the trust between the state and its citizens, even at the time when we contest the Westphalian model of electoral democracy?
For as long as our emphasis is on the election, and those who are trying to become executive, governor, executive, whatever, president, whatever, and we do not care adequately on how, what I would call pre-election, and then post-election, then for as long as that is not paid enough attention, so long will our democracy be wobbling and then die. You see, for leadership, I just mentioned, I hope my sister didn't take offense when I use her as example, that in our society, culturally, traditionally, what matters is character. And they will say, oh, you, first, whose child? Where does he come from? Oh, what sort of person is he or she? But today, do we even know what is the background of the people contesting? In some cases, the only thing that is not fake about them is that they are human beings.
I would want you to do a deeper reflection. If you don't mind, maybe I bring in I bring in Charlotte now.
Yeah. Okay. So what I have talked about is character. That before election, we will come back on it. We'll come back
yeah, because that's a big part. But Charlotte, I mean, you heard Baba's perception on the role of elections in sustaining a democracy. But let's shift a little bit to the topic Baba just ignited, leadership. But leadership of institutions. For the end of this discussion, pivot towards solutions on how we sustain democracy, because this is what our session is about. But do we have a crisis? You've now been engaged in regional, policy advisory discussions. Is the continent suffering from a crisis of institutions, or, as somebody would say, a crisis of strong men?
I don't think it's just the continent. I think it's a global crisis of leadership. We're seeing even democracies that are over 200 years old grappling with very similar issues to what we are also trying to grapple with. In the case of Africa, specifically West Africa, I would think it's a crisis of both. It's a crisis of institutions not having the independence and the structures that they should have to support democracy properly. And so it makes the strong men seem even stronger. We talk about democracy backsliding. And yes, it is. All the statistics, the data shows that democracy is backsliding in Africa. But why is it backsliding? It's the same old issues. It's manipulation of constitutions. It's the clamping down, closing down of the civic space. It's flawed elections, or elections that cases where observers would even sign off elections, and then the countries go into crisis because the people do not accept the results, and it becomes a coup. We've had people trying together. And then, on the other hand, you have a very young population that has more access to information and opportunities to engage than before. And they feel disengaged from society. Baba talked about inclusion. They don't feel included after election day. We should expect very high levels of frustration. And so when you see research that says that, for instance, 51% of Ghanaians think that where there's abuse of elected power, a coup d'etat is the solution, it's actually easy to understand, because the last coup in Ghana was 44 years ago. So a lot of the young people who are actually voters now, and probably the majority of voters, have never experienced military dictatorship. So our perspective is very different from theirs. And so when they see abuse of power, they see corruption, they don't see access to power, they don't see any opportunities for inclusion, for having a say in how they are governed, we should not be surprised at the results we're getting. And so ultimately we need to do better. The leaders need to do better. The institutions, African Union, ECOWAS, they need to do better. We need to strengthen those institutions so they are not seen as an ECOWAS of leaders or an AU of leaders, because that's all we see from the people. And so when ECOWAS tells us, for instance, that they have the policy on good governance has zero tolerance for, but when there's constitutional manipulation or flawed elections, ECOWAS would deploy quiet diplomacy. That's why the people are not happy.
Thank you very much. Charlotte, looks like you touched a nerve. I'm going to come to the audience, but I had a discussion with President Jonathan when we were in Banjul about your last point, and I want to hear Baba's take on this, because Baba, you are friends with quite a lot of these people who manipulate constitutions. When we have leadership that manipulates constitutions, that legally it might be, but that those constitutions that are manipulated become the source of discontent and disconnect between the state and its people, to a point where we then have soldiers leave their barrack to take power. Who are we to blame in a situation like that? But even personally, Baba, because I know you've traveled this continent, you've talked to those that have manipulated constitutions continuously. You've talked to those that are struggling to even know their left from their right, but are still staying in power. They don't want to leave. Where are we going? Where did we get it wrong on our leadership of the continent?
I don't think we can blame ourselves as the victim, because we are victim. But I will tell you a true story. As you rightly said, I go to all of them, and there's no head of state or president. But let me give you an example. When President Kagame was trying to have, I think, a third term, anywhere I went in the West, they will point out to me and say, look, this. So I decided to go to President Kagame. And President Kagame gave me to, if you like, mentor a successor. And he gave me the history, betrayed him and betrayed the country. And I think I've left the country. Then one of them was, not too long ago, killed in South Africa. He gave me this. And he then said to me, you know the history of genocide in this country, where almost 1 million people were killed, and the world was for 1 month. And what I will want is not for us to have that type of situation again. I will, of course, agree with him on that. So I said, okay, thank you. Then I want to know what's going on in the street. And then I went to a local hotel. And then I went into the street. And I asked, ruling us the way it's ruling us. Now, if you get that from the people of the country, who am I? And tell me, who am I to say, because it has amended the Constitution, and the Constitution is perfectly amended, and it's going along the amended Constitution. Now, that is one story. Then there's the story of another president, I will not mention him, and you will forgive me, an African president. And we were together. I was president then, and one Haba, who was in the National Assembly, House of Representatives, had decided to impeach me as president. So I was talking with this president, African president, outside Nigeria, and in fact outside Africa. We were in Europe. And he called me and said, hey, my brother, what is this nonsense that you people in Nigeria want to introduce to Africa? Somebody will say he's impeaching the president. I said, yes. I said, our Constitution allows that if the president commits any misconduct, he can be impeached. He said, go back home and amend that Constitution. Now, he could go back home and amend his Constitution. I cannot, but he didn't understand. Well, that president has been as long as, I don't know.
He's still in power.
That's another one. So the point really is that it's very difficult to judge, because one president rightly mentioned, and if Europe has not had those monarchies that developed Europe at the time that that the countries of Europe were developed, maybe it will have been different. America was a different ball game. America established itself out of protest against Europe, and even America, until the time of Roosevelt, you could be president for as long.
But are you saying that in Africa we don't need it?
Just wait. I don't believe that you should be president must be accepted, and it doesn't matter who comes or who goes. Those fundamentals must be stuck to. Look, let me take my own country, Nigeria, now, so that it doesn't matter what you say about Nigeria now. The issue of security is fundamental. It doesn't matter what you say about Nigeria now, the issue of peace is fundamental. It doesn't matter what you say about purpose, it's fundamental. Stability is fundamental. Economy is fundamental. So, for me, are taken as sacrosanct, and they are looked at regularly, persistently, and in the right way.
Baba, but isn't that dangerous? Wouldn't that be dangerous? That points something that is so fundamental in the country that determines why they should stay for life. Isn't that a dangerous path?
No, there's nothing like that. Look, God doesn't create anybody to stay for life in anything.
But we have some that are reaching 100 already and still in power.
On a serious note, I think it is wrong idea for any human being to say that he wants to finish. What are you finishing? There's no finishing in God's work, and there's no finish. And God's work is your country. Your country is God's work. You cannot say you finish it. I enjoy the life I'm living now. If I have been there in government, I won't be here with President Jonathan, and I won't have Bishop Kuka around me. He is a bishop, but I will get to heaven before him.
Thank you, Baba. In the last round, we didn't hear and then I'll take you at the back and you at the extreme for the first round. Can we give the mic to... So they say we only have 3 minutes for the Q&A, so please make it snappy. Don't thank the president. I thank him already. Just go straight to the point.
Good afternoon. My name is Magdala Cooper. I'm the political advisor to the president of Liberia. But I want to bring to attention, if democracy is a type of, then like Baba said, it includes all people's decision, or at least the majority. And I want to bring to attention, in 2008, I was then living in New York City. The popular Mayor Bloomberg changed, with the support of the people, changed the Constitution of New York State, or New York City, so that he could run for a third term. And as a citizen or inhabitant or citizen, whatever, person living in New York at the time, we all agree. Mayor Bloomberg was able to change the people are in support of continuity. I think for me, it makes sense. Because all the people want, the people who make up the democracy demographic, if they are content with the development, with the results of saying that President Paul Kagame is doing a great job for the country, and they vote to support him in his continuity or continuation of his leadership, I support such an idea.
Yeah.
So
okay.
This is what I just want to add. It's not,
Thank
it's
you.
not a question.
Let's take another reflection. Samsudi, and then we'll...
I am Shamsuddin. That's a Muslim version of...
Samsudi, quickly.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I think we've been having quite thought-provoking conversation about whether democracy fails or dies. But I think what we are all agree on expectations from the people. But I would like to ask that from 1999, when we moved from military to democracy, PDP has been a major political party in the entire continent. And I think central to the conversation about governance and democracy is the question about the selection of political leadership. So I want you to, if you can share a bit of experience about the controversies around this, especially when we talk in governance challenges that we have. But sorry, if I may ask one more question from Madam Charlotte. My question to you is that, do you think democracy can ever be credible? Because we've seen a whole lot of euphoria about If election is won by opposition party, so it's credible. Do you think that is the situation? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, colleagues, we are running behind time very badly.
Let me take
Papa, go ahead. There's one. He asked
quickly. Well, thank you very much, my dear sister. Well, there are still some stupid Nigerians who still believe that I wanted a third term. I think I'm not a fool. If I wanted a third term, I know how to go about it. And there's no Nigerian, dead or alive, that will say, I told him I wanted a third term. None. I wanted to get debt relief, which is more difficult than getting a third term. And I got it. If I wanted a third time, I would have put it across, and then your people agree to it, whichever way. Who am I to say you haven't got it right? I know that the best is done when you are young, ideal, and vibrant and dynamic. When you are kuje, then you don't have the best. And but some people believe that unless they are there, nobody else. They will even tell you that they haven't got anybody else. And I believe that is a sin against God. Because if God takes you away, which God can do anytime, then somebody else will come. And that somebody else may do better or may do worse. I don't say it will do better. It may do better, it may do worse. But somebody else will come.
Thank you, Baba. Maybe, Charlotte, before I come to you, I'm told that Governor Peter Obi would like to say a few words. I know they're killing me with time, but he's spoken a lot about integrity in leadership. So I'd love for us to give him just 2 minutes for Governor Obi to say a few words. It's somebody that will follow.
Thank you very much.
Charlotte.
It won't even take 2 minutes, just 1 minute. I just want to disagree with my sister from Liberia. I do not think where the African democracy is today, that if you want to serve, you can actually do whatever you want to show that is exemplary within the period allowed. You can do it in 1 year. Let's take Ghana. Things are changed in 6 months. So you don't need to be there for eternity. And there's so many competent leaders in Africa. If the term is 2 years, serve 2 years and go. Another person will come and continue for. Once you show an exemplary life or direction, nobody can change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanobi. And I think President Obasanjo and President Goodluck Jonathan are the clear examples of the life that you're talking about, the way they're living happily after office. I'm looking, I think we are at the end. I was hoping that President Jonathan would say a few words, but I think he will come for the closing. Colleagues, I'm really sorry. This has been an incredible conversation. I would like to give my panelists the last word to wrap up. We will take this discussion bilaterally. But Charlotte, I think there was one question directed to you, one last word, and then I would ask the last question to the President.
There was a question on whether elections are credible when the opposition wins. The thing is, elections are not a one-day event. It's a whole cycle. So we cannot judge the credibility of an election just based on the outcome of the election and if it is accepted. Most times when the opposition wins, it creates a peaceful atmosphere, and so the election is usually judged credible. However, an election is only credible if the election complies with the law, because every election is governed by a set of laws and the Constitution. And when the election also complies with the principles of electoral integrity, inclusiveness, people having the right to register, to vote, the freedom to vote, the counting is done in a credible manner, and the outcomes announced are in line with the votes that the people cast. So that's the only time we can say an election is credible, and not just because the outcome favored an opposition party.
Thank you very much. President Obasanjo, I want you to close this session with two advice. We have so many young presidents coming up now on this continent, which is quite good, I have to say. If you were to meet with 4 of them, what 3 values and principles would you ask them to never let go as they try to sustain their democracy?
I'll come to your question. But this issue of opposition winning, ensuring or giving indication of credibility of election, I think is also part of what we get from our friends and development partners from the West. My friend Bush Jr., I think he's 43rd President of America. I think he's 43rd. Who will still remain friends anytime I go to America and I have a call on him. So my daughter contested election as senator, and she lost. And when I saw him, I told him, I said, "Oh, my daughter contested election as a senator, and she lost." He said that election must be credible. Now, but that to me is not really the way that it should be looked at. A contested election and she lost. It means that I didn't interfere with the election and all. What I said earlier, there's a lot that should go into democracy. Democracy after election, and democracy dividend must be felt by everybody. There should be nobody left out from benefiting from democracy dividend. Now, you said that we are getting young chief executive at our national levels now. Yes, we are. But I was fairly young when I left as military head of state. I left at 42, young. And then I left after 8 years at 70, still comparatively young. And if I have not given up, now officially at 88, still comparatively young, then I can say to these young African presidents, there is life after the State House. I think that's very, very important. And if they know that there is life after State House, I think they will do things right, knowing that there's still a lot of them. I have also suggested to the AU, if you leave government as head of state at 50, whatever, what do you do for the rest of your life? And they don't think of what to do. And I have suggested that AU should establish, there are some universities now that AU, and give them office secretary. Let them first of all write their memoir. Secondly, let them go around and give talk. For a meeting like this, you get them to come and give talk. President Mahama will make them comfortable for the 2 or 3 nights that they will be here. President Jonathan and we keep their company. I think we should not let them feel. The former president of Republic of Benin, Boniyayi, was put in house arrest. And I was really, really worried. Almost every day he was calling me. I wasn't close enough to his predecessor to be able to approach him. And if I approach him and he didn't respond, what do I do? So I went to President Ouattara. I say, hey, you are doyen of Francophone leaders. Why don't you handle this? He said, no. He can't handle it. So I said, what else can I do now? So I jumped inside the plane and I went to Paris. I didn't book any appointment. And I went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Fortunately or unfortunately, the minister was not in town. So the ambassador who was on the desk of Africa desk received me. And I said, look, I have come here. First of all, he said, look, I cannot take you to my office. I will have to take you to the foreign minister's office and receive you there. I said, take me anywhere. So when we got to the foreign minister's office, I said, look, the first thing, what is French policy for Francophone Africa? He said, now we don't talk of Francophone Africa. French policy, first of all, is the security of 15% French population who are either of African descent or living in Africa. The second is we go for business, anywhere we can see business. The third is with you, 54, AU, we 27, if in international meeting we come together, we should carry the day. I said, all right, thank you very much. Now, I come to talk about the situation in the Republic of Benin. And he said, no, we cannot come into that. So, but then he said to me, we may be able to solve the problem for you. Now, I have to go to Paris to get solutions for. So, of course, I'm very close to President Kagame. So I phoned President Kagame. 48 hours later, President Kagame has done it. President Boniyayi has been released from house arrest. Now, what I'm saying here, you say what the not only nationally, but regionally and continentally.
Yes.
And where possible, we should help them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Baba, I know my sister there is going to kill me, but we just started a conversation. I want to incredibly thank President Jonathan for associating UNDP, but most precisely to thank President Obasanjo and my sister Charlotte. Again, democracy is not a result, it's a process that needs to be nurtured. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause.
Oh my God. I need a young man up here to compete with His Excellency. Let's give them another round of applause. Unfortunately, it is time that isn't our best ally. Otherwise, I am sure we have all enjoyed throughout his life journey. Thank you so very much, Charlotte, as well. May we grow to the ripe old age of Baba, and may our minds be still as sharp when we get there. Thank you very much, and we're almost at the end of today's program. It is us that is between ourselves and lunch. We see that the Chief of Staff is here with us, the Honorable Julius Debra, who is ready to give us his vote of thanks. But I'd like to do two things. I had announced that we were going to take some 1-minute remarks from some individuals. Because time is fast spent, please allow me to just select 2 representatives, one from civil society, one from government, and the task is simple: share your call to action with all of us in less than a minute if you can. So I'm going to call on Musa Kondo, representing civil society from Mali, to come to the mic. If you can share the mic to him briefly, what might a call to action be like if we were to protect democracy from dying? Please, no preamble, straight to the point, sharp, strong point of action, call to action. After which I would call on the Speaker of the Liberian representatives here to also.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, thank you so much, President. Good luck, Jonathan Foundation, for making this happen. Thank you, Baba, for your mentorship, not just for Nigerians, but for all Africa, as Mr. Gerard just mentioned. Without serving humanity, we cannot serve God. I've read this in Baba's house. Today, I just want to end this democracy dialogue, invite the call for all our brothers and sisters in the AES Sahel regions, Mali, Burkina Faso, in Niger, who are in prison now because they have decided to stand for democracy. I want to invite you to have a deep thinking and thought for these individuals who have never given up and will continue to push of speech, the freedom of movement, the freedom of expressing ourselves. We have many of them now living in exile. Right. It's a great moment as we're celebrating democracy to think about them, to make them understand they are not alone. Wherever they are, whatever they're doing, we will always. President, good luck, Jonathan, for whatever you've done for Mali during the mediation work you've been doing, and Anne, who've been going back and forth, and the whole team of the foundation. And I will never end up with saying thank you, Baba, for your guiding us as African youth, also your very constructive and productive advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. The Honorable Richard Nagbe Kun from Liberia would now make the call to action on behalf of government.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me recognize His Excellency, former President Goodluck Jonathan, His Excellency, former President Obasanjo, and all other dignitaries here present. You know, as a lecturer of a state-run university in Liberia, when I was told by the funder of this foundation that you may remark, I started doing some research, but be as it may, I cannot read all of what I've done because of the time we are standing against. As a Speaker of Liberia's House of Representatives, I see firsthand the role Parliament must play, not only in legislating, but in safeguarding democratic soul of our nations. Let us leave this dialogue not only with ideas, but with commitments to transparency, to inclusion, and to the kind of leadership to the foundation. Thank you to the organizer. I hope to participate in next year's dialogue. May God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, as well. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome with a round of applause Ghana's Chief of Staff at the Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Julius Debra.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, distinguished keynote speaker Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, esteemed ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished speakers, panelists, and discussants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. On behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama and the government and people of Ghana, I extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Jonathan and the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for making Ghana a part of the incredible successful run for the Democracy Dialogue series. We are profoundly honored to have co-hosted this crucial conversation on the theme, Why Democracies Die. Ghana is particularly delighted to host this prestigious event, not just because we proudly play a pivotal role in championing democratic governance on our continent, but also because President Mahama's unwavering commitment to making Accra the undisputed center for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions in the West African sub-region. This dialogue is a testament to that vision. Moreover, these gatherings significantly enhance the already strong and fraternal relationship between Ghana and our brothers and sisters in Nigeria, fostering a deeper bond rooted in shared values and aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, over the course of today, we have engaged in profound and at times unsettling discussions on the fragile nature of democracy. The theme, Why Democracies Die, is not a theoretical exercise. It is a stark mirror reflecting the real and present dangers facing our continent's democratic progress. Democracies really die with a certain violent bang. They die by 1,000 cuts through subtle, incremental actions that erode the very foundations upon which they stand. We have seen, tragically, across our continent, how promising democratic journeys can be derailed when constitutional provisions are brazenly manipulated or amended solely for self-perpetuation, disregarding the will of the people and the spirit of the law. This is a poison that saps faith in democratic transition. The independence of vital state institutions, such as the judiciary, electoral commissions, and anti-corruption bodies, is undermined or politicized, turning them into instruments of power rather than guardians of justice. The voice of dissent is stifled, civil society repressed, and the free and independent media is intimidated or weaponized with misinformation and propaganda, denying citizens the information needed to make informed choices. Electoral processes lose their integrity, becoming a sham where results are predetermined and the sanctity of the ballot box is violated. Corrupt private pockets, thus weakening the state's capacity to serve its citizens. And perhaps most insidiously, when political actors refuse to accept election results or incite violence and polarization, turning healthy competition into a dangerous confrontation. We have witnessed these scenarios unfold from countries where leaders sought unconstitutional third term to nations grappling with aftermath of contested elections and even precarious our democratic gains can be eroded. Yet amidst these challenges, Ghana stands as an enduring example, giving commitment to constitutionalism, the peaceful transfer of power, and the rule of law has always seen us through. We are proud of our vibrant civil society, our fiercely independent media, and our consistent effort to resolve political disputes through dialogue and judicial processes. This, we believe, is how a democracy not only survives but thrives. Therefore, as we conclude this enriching dialogue, let me offer a few recommendations that have emerged strongly today. We must continuously strengthen the autonomy and capacity of electoral bodies, judiciaries, and anti-corruption agencies, shielding them from political interferences. Leaders must commit to respecting them terms of democratic rights. A vibrant, responsible, and fearless media is indispensable for holding power to account for partisan gains. A point President Mahama never stops making, to foster an environment where differences are resolved through peaceful dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, the call to action for this democracy dialogue 2025 is a subtle machination that seeks to undermine them. Our collective future, the future of our generation to come, depends on it. On behalf of His Excellency President Mahama, I once again thank President Goodluck Jonathan, President Olusegun Obasanjo, Bishop Kuka, and all other districts. You have sparked vital conversation and applied them in our respective sphere, ensuring that democracy in Africa does not merely survive, but truly flourishes. I wish you all a safe journey back home to your destinations. God bless you all.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff, Office of the Presidency. Lies the head that wears the crown. And if any individual epitomizes the thinking that leadership never ends, it is our next speaker, the vision bearer, the one who continues to lead long after he has left office, telling all of us that leadership is lifelong. Therefore, with a standing ovation and a round of applause, shall we welcome to the podium the founder and chairman, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Please, with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll spend quite some time, so I wouldn't bore you by going through my written speech. I will just, the President of the Republic of Ghana, my good friend, President Mahama, for agreeing to host us, and the government of Ghana. You will agree that a topic like this, how democracies die, there are some countries in Africa that the presidents will never allow you to go and to participate fully. That shows that Ghana is a country that democracy is thriving. Let me congratulate the Republic of Ghana, my good brothers and sisters, and I will only say, keep it up. Let me sincerely appreciate my father, President Obasanjo. Of course, we've said all about him. Somebody who was a military head of state in Nigeria, member of the Eminent Persons Group in Africa, become a civilian president for 8 years, and is still on African leadership. Democracy and leadership in Africa. Somebody mentioned the issue of a new partnership for African development. He initiated it. So I have to thank him, thank Bishop Kuka for coming, and all other speakers, my good friend, the President of ECOWAS, and all of you that are here with us. And let me sincerely appreciate those who came from Nigeria on their own, to pay your transport, pay your hotel bills, to come and encourage us. I have to sincerely thank you on behalf of the foundation. We have said, I don't want to add more. I disagree with Bishop Kuka. Well, if you look at democracy, it's like in science, when you talk about population of animals, theoretically, populations don't die. They can only decline. But individuals die. So if you go with that concept, and that's why nobody sees dinosaurs again. So either democracy is going into extinction, or democracy is dying in Africa. But the key thing is not even the terminology. All those terms are more figurative or metaphorical in terms of usage. They may not be necessarily literal. But if you listen to what is happening in the US now, their foreign policy regarding Africa south of the Sahara, where they are saying that they are no longer going to be too interested in any form of government that we run in our countries, but they will be more interested in the economies of the nations and how the citizens survive. That is very dangerous. By implication, whether it's military or dictatorship is not a problem to them, as long as the citizens are happy. And that is why Kuka did mention, and others, the forms of democracy. Yes, in Africa we have practiced different forms of democracy. If we take a country like Nigeria, for example, we now adopted the American presidential system. But our presidential system appears to even be stronger than that of America, because our Senate president is stronger than the American Senate president, which is the vice president. So, if you take Tanzania, so that the country will not divide along tribe and religious section, and probably that's one of the things unique about Tanzania, that the political divide is narrower than countries like Nigeria, because the founding fathers felt that there must be something in the system. But keenly, there are two things I have to mention. When I was a vice president, I received one of the members of the Presidential College of Switzerland. Switzerland. And we were discussing about the issue of governance and so on. And I said that their fathers, their founding fathers, felt that giving so much power to one person, called a president, is very dangerous to people. And that they opted that they will not have a president. So every time they have more people that come together to manage the country and make the parliament rather strong, because the parliament represents all sections of the country. And they have the most stable politics today. Though with minimal resources, the economy is one of the strongest. Because the fight against rulership, like in Nigeria, north or south or east or west, is not there. And I believe that the political scientists and the lawyers in Africa, we must also be looking at some of these issues. Do we really create a unique system of government? The traditional theoretical democracy, is it really working? Frankly speaking, it's not working. Though there's this debate of, it comes up here, whether a president that is doing well can continue to stay on and on and on. And it's almost like a philosophical debate, because sometimes when you are questioned as a former president, I find it difficult to answer. When I became a vice president, I didn't know I was going to be a president anyway, but somehow instinctively I just felt that Malaysia, we were at the same level. In fact, in the late 50s to early 60s, we were even better in some parameters, but now they are almost entered first world or near first world. We are still down. What happened within this period? How long does it take them? And what are the key things? When they came back, as a summary, it took between 30 to 40 years for these countries to move from the, to just 30, 40 years. It's not, it was not within the lifetime of anybody. But the funny thing, which I always find it difficult to mention so that I'm not misquoted, is that, and it tallies with some of the questions they asked and Obasanjo tried to explain, but it was difficult to explain. Most of them, those countries, within those short periods, why you? If you know what happened in society. And of course, if you know that in the parliamentary system practiced by Britain, I don't know how many years Margaret Thatcher stayed as a prime minister, or maybe a place like Germany, the Chancellor of Germany, you can stay there for 40 years if you continue to win your elections. So we Africans who must begin to look at, if we are doing proper elections, and if you are not doing well, people will vote. But in this case, people use government instruments to perpetuate themselves in power even more. But let me really thank all of you for this. We even talk about youth leadership. And one thing I personally believe is that the youths, I may be wrong, are not necessarily looking for political offices. Why it appears like a country like in Nigeria, why it appears as if it is the political offices, that is the only business in the country. Where the economy is doing well and young people will find jobs or find businesses that will do, most of them in politics will not even go for politics. I was just an assistant director when I was approached to become a deputy governor of my state, and I was extremely reluctant. It's a story for another day. But if it is like, maybe if I had no job, I would have jumped on it 2 times. But because I had a source of income, and I was happy with what I was doing, I never wanted it. So I believe the young people themselves, it's because of the economies of our countries that this issue of the youth restiveness and so on is becoming so pronounced. So even civil society should interrogate this. In Nigeria, we have experienced young people that have managed the country. Of course, the First Republic, I cannot say their ages, but looking at history and the ages of those people as the time they died, they were very young people. After the death of the First Republic, the military took over, and they were young military officers. In fact, Gowon, who was the first military head of state, was a young bachelor. He was a president. In my state then, Rivers State, because then Nigeria had 12 states, the SPIF was 24 going 25. They became the military governor of Rivers State. And he had quite senior experienced people that worked with him. People like Chief Obafemi Awolowo was his vice, and a very experienced person. If you go to my state, Rivers State then, there was a time King Spiff told all his commissioners were older than him. He was just about 25 years old. All his commissioners were older than him. And there was a story he told me. There was a day he called one commissioner and asked him to go and do something. And the commissioner turned and said, "My son, we will not do it this way." You to run a state, you run a country, you need a bit of experience. It's not about punching computer or any smart device. I will encourage young people to hold offices, including, of course, somebody of 20-something years can manage become president of any country. Depends on how people see the individual. But let us not assume that just because somebody is young, that they will succeed. That is not true. For you to succeed, you will need the wisdom and experience of the older people. So once again, let me thank all of you for coming to participate in this dialogue. I'm happy the Speaker of the Liberian Parliament said he will continue to participate in this kind of dialogue. Have a constant discussion on democracy in Africa. If we don't, well, Bishop Kuka said that democracy don't die, but if we don't, the level of decline will get to a point that probably democracy will go into extinction. Thank you all.
Another round of applause. May we not get to that point that democracy dies under our watch. Thank you so very much, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, Chair and Founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Please, another round of applause. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we will be drawing the curtain on today's very profound dialogue. Please take your seats. We are going to do something for a few minutes, and we want to acknowledge specifically a number of people who have worked together to make this a success. I'm going to start first to acknowledge the presence of all of our students here. Please rise. All the students rise. Yes. Yes, they leaders and former presidents and sitting presidents. You have no excuse than to succeed. You have seen and heard enough motivation and inspiration. And so we bear you up in positivity. May your studies become successful. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Thank leadership of Anne, and the planning committee members, the staff of Good Luck Jonathan Foundation, who have worked tirelessly to bring us to this point. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. And also the staff of the Ghana planning team under the leadership of Stan Dogbe, the Honorable Deputy Chief of Staff. Please give them a round of applause as well. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the technical team that set up this beautiful hall from yesterday. They've been here, and all of the media who have been here, we thank you for your presence and your coverage, and we know you're going to write very positive stories about today's dialogue. Please give the media a round of applause as well. And you may also kindly give me a round of applause. My name is Shamima Muslim. I'm the Deputy Presidential Spokesperson, and I'm utmostly grateful that you helped me do great work today. On behalf of the President of Ghana, his Chief of Staff, and His Excellency Good Luck Jonathan, I'd like to say thank you to all of you. So give all of you a big round of applause for participating. Thank you. May the conversations continue, and we wish all of you a safe journey back to your countries, back to your homes, and back to your offices. Thank you so very much. Until next time, it is bye-bye from us here in Ghana, Accra, the heart of the world. Thank you.